just have to change it after the fact if this doesn't work. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. Some difficulty. All right, got the title correct. All right, y'all. We're covering chapter 20 of Genesis. So, we did chapters 1 through 8 and 9 through 19 last week. And here we go with chapter 20. All right. So, Abraham and Abimelech. From there, Abraham journeyed toward the territory of the Negeb and lived between Kadesh and Shur, and he sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, "She is my sister." Why? Okay. And Abimelech, king of Ger, sent and took Sarah. He did this earlier in Egypt, and you would think like, I don't know, maybe he thought it went pretty well because maybe they got some livestock and stuff because it wasn't fully clear if he kept the livestock that the Pharaoh of Egypt gave him. So he's doing it again. Many years later, apparently, he's just pulling the same shtick. Which is kind of interesting because it's like, but God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, "Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife." Isn't she like 80 years old at this point? Isn't she like 80 or 90? What is happening? This can't, this is very strange. Now, Abimelech had not approached her, so he said, "Lord, will you kill an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, 'She is my sister'? And she herself said, 'He is my brother'?" So, I mean, she's going along with it. "In the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands, I've done this." Yeah, like, and God came. Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know that you have done this in the integrity of your heart, and it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her." He's just flipping the script now. Okay. It's starting off with a lot of aggression. Okay. "Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, so that he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not return her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who are yours." So, did the reasonable thing. He rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things. And the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us? And how have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me things that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abram, "What do you see that you did this thing?" Abraham said, "I did it because I thought there is no fear of God at all in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife." You're 99 years old and she's like 89 years old, something like that. Like, what is happening here? According to how this is like beforehand from what we've read, this feels very out of place and doesn't make any freaking sense. Who's gonna take an 89-year-old woman as their wife? Let's be real. Let's be real. This has to be just I don't know. This is so similar to what took place in Egypt. I don't know if like these two stories are like somehow got muddled up, or maybe this took place a lot earlier and they didn't know where to place it because now he's going by Abraham. So it has to come after because he was like 99 or something in his 90s when he was given the name Abraham. Um, okay. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, though not the daughter of my mother's, and she became my wife. Okay, so now there's like a little like, well, she's kind of my, what is that, half sister? The daughter of my father, not the daughter of my, so she's a half sister. So technically, I'm telling the truth. She is my sister, but no. When God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, "This is the kindness you must do me. At every place to which we come, say of me, he is my brother." Okay. So this is just something they've agreed upon for a long time whenever they go far from their home. Very interesting. If you think, I don't know. I don't know. Very strange. Then took sheep and oxen and male servant female and gave them to Abraham and returned Sarah to again. This is so similar. This is like this is so similar to the Egypt story, and it just kind of comes out of nowhere, especially considering the age of what they're supposed to be at this point, if things are going actually chronologically, which is a big question mark here. And Abimelech said, "Behold, my land is before you, dwell where it pleases you." And to Sarah he said, "Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It's a sign of your innocence in the eyes of all who are with you. And before everyone you are vindicated." Then Abraham said to God, and God healed, and prayed to God. And God healed Abimelech, and also healed his wife and his female slaves, so that they bore children. For the Lord had closed all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. How long? What is going on here? So strange. Oh, give me 1 second. Just gonna pull up. Hold this up for a second. Hold on. So since now it's saying that I was only live for like 12 seconds. That can't be the case. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Or we might be having some technical difficulties. No, no, it shows that I'm indeed live. Okay. I am a very much a noob. Very much a noob. So, but we'll figure it out. All right. Let's go back over this. Okay. See if we can find any what's the takeaway here? Okay, from there Abraham journeyed toward the territory of Negev. Says she's my sister, king of Abimelech, king of Gerar. I don't know where this is. And again, it's just very strange. Just gonna write down extremely similar story to Egypt. And in both stories, he was rewarded with sheep, oxen, male and female servants. I got 1,000 pieces of silver this time. The thing is this is just strange chronology going on here. Um, if again, if we're going by that this is chronological, Abraham and Sarah are old as oh, they're very old. Yeah, and it's like if this is chronological, she's past the age of like 85, and also he's like, oh no, if I say she's my wife, they'll kill me. Rip. Okay, okay. Um, don't know what else to really garnish from this. Again, like how Abraham like justifies this is like, look, we do this everywhere we go. Don't you're not the only one we have fooled in this scenario. We do this everywhere, and they just give us all these great things because then God comes and is like, how could you? So, this is kind of absurd. Okay. Um, so as Abraham gets rewarded and God has his back in this. All right, let's keep rolling. Okay. All right, here we go. Chapter 21. All right, the birth of Isaac. All right, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did to Sarah as he had promised. And Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age at the time of which God had spoken to him. Abraham called the name of his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said, God has made laughter for me. Everyone who hears will laugh over me. Oh, it's quite an amusing tale. She said, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. Because Sarah's like, she's supposedly in her like 80s or early 90s. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. But Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, laughing. Sarah saw them laughing. So she said to Abraham, cast out this slave woman with her son, for the son of this slave woman shall not be heir with my son Isaac. And the thing was very displeasing to Abraham on account of his son. But God said to Abraham, be not displeased because of the boy and because of your slave woman. Whatever Sarah says to you, do as she tells you. For though Isaac shall your offspring be named, and I will make a nation of the son of the slave woman also, because he is your offspring. So Abraham rose early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder along with the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water in the sky was gone, she put the child under one of the bushes. And the water in the sky. So when it stopped raining, then she went and sat opposite him a good way off, about the distance of a bow shot. Like, about the distance of a bow shot. Would be, what, 50 to 100 yards, something like that? For she said, let me not look on the death of the child. As she sat opposite him, she lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the boy, And the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What troubles you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the boy where he is. Up, lift up the boy, and hold him fast with your hand, for I will make him into a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. And God was with the boy, and he grew up. He lived in the wilderness and became an expert with the bow. He lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife. Wait, his mother took a wife for him, not for him, from the land of Egypt. All right. A treaty with Abimelech. All right. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, said to Abraham, "God is with you and in all that you do. Now, therefore swear to me here, therefore swear to me here by God that you will not deal falsely with me, or with my descendants, or with my posterity, but as I have dealt kindly with you, you will deal with me and with the land where you have sojourned." And Abraham said, "I will swear." When Abraham reproved Abimelech about the well of water that Abimelech's servants had seized, Abimelech said, "I do not know who has done this thing. You did not tell me, and I have not heard of it until today." So Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a covenant. Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock apart, and Abimelech said to Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs that you have set apart?" He said, "These 7 ewe lambs you will take from my hand, that this may be a witness for me that I dug this well." Therefore that place was called Beersheba, because they're both of them swore an oath. So they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, rose up and returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned many days in the land of the Philistines. All right. So, takeaways. All right. Isaac has hit the scene. Isaac is born. Let's see. Abraham was 100 years old. Um, that's amusing. Yeah, this is quite an amusing situation for Sarah and Abraham. All right. And yeah, there had been tensions in the past. I'm pretty sure. I thought by this point, what is the name of Hagar's child? Is it Ishmael? Wouldn't her son be much older at this point? Like not just a wee babe? Maybe. I'd have to go back in the previous chapters, but since there does seem to be some strange chronology going on in the book of Genesis, where sometimes some things just feel out of place. Who knows? Oh, da, da, da. All right. becomes a great archer. All right. And he sees the well, and he's like, "I dug that well. What are you doing? Take these lambs so I can have the well officially between us." Okay. Hmm. One. Hmm. All right, let's move on to chapter 22. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say on this chapter. It's like, okay, Hagar gets sent out, God takes care of Hagar. Now they're falling out. Um, God giving Abraham, sort of advice on the matter. And then here we have, just an understanding between the two. And then you have the well, da da da. Okay, let's just keep rolling. All right. All right. Chapter 22. After these things, God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. He said, Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, into the mines, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. Oh, geez, offer him there. So basically, go up there and burn your son as an offering to me. So Abraham rose early in the morning, saddled his donkey, and took two of his young men with him, and his son Isaac. And he cut the wood for the burnt offering, and arose and went to the place of which God had told him. On the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place from afar. Then Abraham said to his young men, Stay here with the donkey. I, I and the boy will go over there and worship and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took his hand and he took in his hand the fire and the knife. So they went both of them together, and Isaac said to his father, My father, he said. Here I am, my son, he said. Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? Thought he laid it on it. Took the wood. Okay, so maybe I see. So I've laid it on Isaac is more like Isaac is carrying this. And yeah, okay. Abraham said, God will provide for himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. So they went both of them together. So he kind of technically lied there, I think, right? When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built the altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then Abraham reached out his hand and took the knife to slaughter his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. He said, Do not lay your the angel, do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him, for now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. And Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him was a ram, caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called the name of that place, The Lord Will Provide. As it is said to this day, On the mount of the Lord it shall be provided. And the angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time from heaven, and said, By myself I have sworn, declares the Lord, because you have done this, and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you, and I will surely multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, and as the sand that is on the seashore, and your offspring shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they arose and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham lived at Beersheba. Now after these things it was told to Abraham, Behold, Milcah also has borne children to your brother Nahor. Uz is his firstborn, Uz is his firstborn, Buz is his brother. I don't know why that. Uz and Buzz, Ooze and Booze. I don't know. Interesting choice. Kemuel, the father of Aram, Chesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jildaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel fathered Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brother. Moreover, his concubine, whose name was Reumah, bore Taba, Gaham, Tasha, or Taha, not Tasha, Tahash, and Mecca. All right, let's go back through it because this is actually a really, in my opinion, a very important chapter. This right here has quite a narrative ripple effect, in my opinion, or just some how do we put it? So the idea of Jesus being God's firstborn and God being willing to sacrifice his firstborn kind of parallels the situation of God challenging Abraham to sacrifice his firstborn for God. And Abraham goes through with it. I mean, obviously God stops him at the last minute, but Abraham proves that he is 1,000% willing to do this. And so there is a certain amount of like a parallel between, it's almost like, well, Abraham passed the test. Therefore, God was like, I will sacrifice my son, almost in sort of what's the like hearkening back to Abraham being willing to sacrifice his only son. Um, All right. Yeah, so this is good stuff. Good stuff. I need to get back to writing down. Let's see, 22. All right. And it's interesting because, like, obviously, when this was written and kind of for a long time, this story was being told to people, there was no, you know, idea that it wasn't like, and God said, because you have done this, I will provide a savior that will come. I will sacrifice my firstborn. That God doesn't make any kind of like, by the way, you know what I mean? Like, unless I'm missing something here. Um, declare sworn because you have done this. I will surely bless you, and I will surely multiply your offspring. Da, da, da. Your offspring shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in your offspring shall all the nations of the. Okay, so this right here. Okay, this right here, I would say is a foreshadowing of Jesus, in my opinion. And in your offspring, because Jesus is you know, it's an offspring of Abraham, of David, David is an offspring of Abraham. Um, obviously not, it's not that direct, but spans of time, great spans of time. You know, in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. You know, which I would say primarily through Jesus. All right. Yeah, that's why this chapter right here is very, very important to the greater story of the Bible. But obviously back then, again, when this was being told, for many hundreds of years before Jesus came about, they didn't have the full understanding of the implication. Obviously, as time goes on, there's other prophets that come along and give more clarification to a lot of the stuff. But that, you got to think about a long time from this point to when more clarification came about. So it's not like everybody was, you know, who understood this story, even before, like, say, Moses, you know, would necessarily understand the gravity of the situation. All right. All right. Yeah, I mean, just another sort of like indication this is have to do a little more research, but at least somewhere in the ballpark of like 2000 BC, something like that, maybe earlier. Um, maybe 1500 BC, but potentially around like 2000, maybe earlier than that. Yeah, something to that effect. If I were just to spitball from the general understanding that I have. Um, again, could be much earlier, but definitely not later than 1500 from my understanding. Oh, I'll jot that down. Do some timeline research. Just get a general understanding for the whole book as a whole, what people or experts have been able to sort of piece together. All right, chapter 23. 23. I'm gonna just put like a some just nice little indicators here. Just to remind myself, just so when I'm flipping through, it's like, huh, why did I put those little red stars? Oh, yes, this is. All right. So, Sarah lived to 127 years. Actually, hold. Why do I have this? Very strange. Okay, we're fine. Sorry, OBS is being a little funky. All right. I'm gonna do a little audio check. Let me make sure, actually. Yeah. All right, good deal. All right, back to the Bible. All right, Sarah lived 127 years. These were the years of the life of Sarah. Sarah lived 127, good gracious. And Sarah died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went in to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham rose up from before his dead, and said to the Hittites, I am a sojourner and foreigner among you. Give me property among you for a burying place, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. The Hittites answered Abraham, Hear us, my lord, you are a prince of God among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will withhold from you his tomb to hinder you from burying your dead. Abraham rose and bowed to the Hittites, the people of the land. And he said to them, If you are willing that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me Hephron, the son of Zorah, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he owns. It is at the end of his field. For the full price, let him give it to me in your presence as property for a burying place. Now Ephron was sitting among the Hittites, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the hearing of the Hittites, of all who went in at the gate of his city, No, my lord, hear me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. In the sight of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. No, shouldn't have been a yes. No, yes, okay. Just an interesting way of speaking. Then Abraham bowed down before the people of the land. And he said to, or maybe he said no because he's giving them more than what he's asking for. No, I'll give you more. Yeah, I think because he just wanted the tomb. Yeah, he just wanted the cave, and he's like, look, you can have the field and the cave. Yeah. Abraham, And he said to Ephron in the hearing of the people of the land, But if you will hear me, I give the price of the field, accept it from me, that I may bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, My lord, listen to me. A piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me? Bury your dead. Seems like a lot. I don't know. Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed out for Ephron the silver that he had named in the Hittite hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weights current among the merchants. Wait a minute. Again, people spoke differently back then. Let me tell you, this translated to English and was probably spoken to, da, da, da. Okay. What is that between you and me? See, that almost sounds like, well, I don't need 400. Like, what is that? And then maybe that was him saying, like, what is that between you and me? Like, I don't. And then Aaron sounds like done. Maybe he was saying, you don't need to give me 400. But Aaron's like, no, I'm giving you 400. You said 400, I'm giving you 400. So maybe it was a little bit of like, he is saying, you don't need to pay me. It's worth 400 shekels, but you don't need to give me 400 shekels. Abraham's like, I'm giving you 400 shekels for it. So the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was to the east of Mamre, the field with the cave that was in it, and all the trees that were in the field throughout its whole area was made over to Abraham as a possession in the presence of the Hittites before all who went in at the gate of his city. After this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, east of Mamre, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave that is in it were made over to Abraham as property for bearing place by the Hittites. All right, takeaways, takeaways. Um, Again, as far as like time, I did write down timeline research, like the Hittites being in Canaan, that is sort of like, you know, that does date things a bit, if this information is accurate. Let's see. All right. Um, and it does seem like, they seems like they have a lot of respect for Abraham, you know, um, despite him, being a foreigner, but they know that he is a prince or a mighty prince of God, as an interesting sort of title. Makes sense. It shows like fair dealings between Abraham and the Hittites. Like they have respect for him. Abraham, you know, got to choose, bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. Oh, bury your dead. Alright. All right. Yeah. Um, I don't know, Hittites and Abraham have fair dealings. Very respectful. All right. Anything else before we move on? Not that I really see. All right, let's keep it rolling. Chapter 24. All right. Now, Abraham was old, well advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his servant, the oldest of his household, who had charge of all that he had, put your hand under my thigh. So I do serve the Lord, that I may make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and God of earth, that you will not take a wife, from my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I dwell, but will go to my country and my kindred, and take a wife for my son Isaac. So we have Canaanites, we've talked about Philistines, we've talked about Hittites. I wonder if like Canaanites is just a general term for like anybody using Canaan at the time that is not a Hebrew, because the term Hebrew was used some chapters ago, so there was a certain sense of identity, it seems, potentially at the time for Abraham and his kin. Anyway, the servant said to him, perhaps the woman may not be will not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I then take your son back to the land from which you came? Abraham said to him, see to it that you do not take my son back there. The Lord, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke to me and swore to me, to your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angels before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. But if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be free from this oath of mine. Only you must not take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning this matter. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, taking all sorts of gifts from his master, and he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made the camels kneel down outside the city by the well of water at the time of evening, the time when women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, please grant me success today and show steadfast love to my master Abraham. Behold, I am standing by the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Let the young woman to whom I shall say, please let down your jar that I may drink, and who shall say, drink, and I will water your camels, let her be the one whom you have appointed for your servant Isaac. By this I shall know that you have shown steadfast love to my master. Before he had finished speaking, behold, Rebekah, who was born to Bethuel the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her water jar on her shoulder. The young woman was very attractive in appearance, a maiden whom no man had known. She went down to the spring and filled her jar and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her and said, please give me a little water to drink from your jar. She said, drink, my lord. And she quickly let down her jar upon her hand and gave him a drink. When she had finished giving him a drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also, until they have finished drinking. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough and ran again to the well to draw water, and she drew for all his camels. The man gazed at her in silence to learn whether the Lord had prospered his journey or not. Prospered? Yeah. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took a gold ring weighing a half shekel, and two bracelets for her arms weighing 10 gold shekels, and said, "Please tell me whose daughter you are. Is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" And she said, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor." She added, "We have plenty of both straw and fodder, and room to spend the night." The man bowed his head and worshipped the Lord, and said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his steadfast love and his faithfulness toward my master. As for me, the Lord has led me in the way to the house of my master's kinsman." Then the young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Rebekah had a brother whose name was Laban. Laban ran out toward the man to the spring. As soon as he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and heard the words of Rebekah his sister, thus the man spoke to me. He went to the man, and behold, he was standing by the camels at the spring. He said, "Come in, O blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man came to the house and unharnessed the camels, and gave straw and fodder to the camels. And there was water to wash his feet, and the feet of the men who were with him. Then food was set before him to eat, but he said, "I will not eat until I have said what I have to say." He said, "Speak on." So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has greatly blessed my master, and he has become great. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female servants, camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him he has given all that he has. My master made me swear, saying, 'You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But you shall go to my father's house and to my clan and take a wife for my son.' I said to my master, 'Perhaps the woman will not follow me.' But he said to me, 'The Lord before whom I have walked will send his angels with you and prosper your way. You shall take a wife for my son from my clan and from my father's house. And then you will be free from my oath when you come to my clan. And if they will not give her to you, you will be free from my oath.' I came today to the spring and said, 'O Lord, the God of my master Abraham, if you are now prospering the way that I go, behold, I am standing by the spring of water. Let the virgin who comes out to draw water, to whom I shall say, Please give me a little water from your jar to drink, and who will say to me, Drink, and I will draw water for your camels also. Let her be the woman whom the Lord has appointed for my master's son.' Before I had finished speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came out with her water jar on her shoulder, and she went down to the spring and drew water. I said to her, 'Please let me drink.' She quickly let down her jar from her shoulder and said, 'Drink, I will give your camels drink also.' So I drank, and she gave the camels drink also. Then I asked her, 'Whose daughter are you?' She said, 'The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him.' So I put the ring on her nose and the bracelets on her arms." Oh, the ring was on her nose. Interesting. "Then I bowed my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me by the right way, to take the daughter of my master's kinsman for his son." Gosh, quite long-winded. Now then, If you are going to show steadfast love and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered him and said, The thing has come from the Lord. We cannot speak to you bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken. When Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed himself to the earth before the Lord. And the servant brought out jewelry of silver and gold and garments and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave to her brother and to her mother costly ornaments. And he and the men who were with him ate and drank, and they spent the night there. When they arose in the morning, he said, Send me away to my master. Her brother and her mother said, Let the young woman remain with us a while, at least 10 days. After that she may go. But he said, Do not delay me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. They said, Let us call the young woman and ask her. Well, that's very courteous of them. And they called Rebekah and said to her, Will you go with this man? She said, I will go. So they sent Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, Our sister, may you become thousands of 10,000s. May your offspring possess the gate of those who hate him. Those who hate them. Okay, hate your offspring. Interesting. Then Rebekah and her young women arose and rode on camels and followed the man. Thus the servant took Rebekah and went his way. Now Isaac had returned from Beer-lahai-roi, no idea if I said that, anywhere close, and was dwelling in the Negev. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field toward evening. In the field toward evening. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, there were camels coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she dismounted the camel, and said to the servant, Who is that man walking in the field to meet us? The servant said, It is my master. So she took her veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all the things that he had done. Then Isaac brought her into the tent of Sarah his mother, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. So Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Interesting. Took her into the tent of Sarah's mother. Interesting. Okay. Gosh, that was some dense. It feels like the densest chapter thus far in Genesis. Oh, don't worry. In the Bible at whole, there are some dense chapters, let me tell you. All right. Where are takeaways? Okay, so Sarah died, and now it's time. They don't give an age for Isaac. Oftentimes it's like, maybe they will in chapters later. They generally give like an age for when the man has bore a son. That's like when they like, that is your age. That is when you learn the age of the men, it seems, generally speaking. So we're not sure how old Isaac is. We're not sure how old Rebekah is. I believe this is like maybe fourth cousin or something like that. They're not that closely related, I don't think. All right, so main takeaways, Isaac, and I like how there's not much ceremony. It's like once you know, Isaac brought her into the tent. They made love, and there you go. That's generally what is understood by she became his wife. from the context, from what I can tell, when it said, and she be, in other instances, like she became his wife, that basically means they did the deed. It's all it really took. Once you do the deed, that's my wife right there. We had sex. She's now my wife. No need for ceremony. Mm. It's interesting. It's like Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. That's fantastic. He must have been very sad for quite some time, and now he can move forward now that he has a wife. Apparently, a very attractive wife at that. Even she was like, Who's that man? Who is that? Who is that? That's my master right there. That's your future husband." It seems like she. Hopefully, it wasn't like. Well, she did dismount, so that must mean that she was kind of, hopefully, pleased by the situation. I do appreciate that they like. "Well, let's ask her. Let's ask Rebecca. Are you ready for this?" So I do kind of appreciate, that she had a say in the matter. I do find it interesting how maybe this was like giving her jewelry was almost like that is like the cultural significance of like um you are this is the engagement. You know what I mean? Like this is my way of showing like my master is looking for a wife, and this is sort of like, do you accept this? And she's like, "Yes, I will." Okay. It seems like potentially she's showing her agreement in the matter. I take it if like her brothers were like no, and then maybe she'd have to give the jewelry back. You know, it is interesting. It's like when all the young women, it's like that's when like, if you're looking for a wife, that's when all the single ladies go to the well at the same time, and that's when somebody who's looking for a wife can go and try to find a wife because that's when all the young ladies go to the well at the same time. Where does it talk about that? I find that amusing. Because that must be kind of like, feels like that's sort of some of the purpose of it. Where is that? Um, you made the camels kneel down outside the even the time when women go out to draw water. So there's like a specific time. This is when the women go to draw water. Not the servants, not the this, not the that. Behold, I am standing by and the daughters of the men of the city. So it does feel like the daughters, like that's sort of to indicate like the young women who don't have a husband yet. You know, it's interesting. I mean, it could have been all the women. I mean, it could have been the old women, the young women, but the women, generally go out there. Also, maybe it's also kind of like that way, if there's like a man there, maybe it's like there's a greater indicator of why the man is there because this is the time for the women to be there. So if a man's there, it's like, oh, there's a very specific reason, such as this person's looking potentially to engage the women in a specific manner, such as looking for a wife. And all the women are there to, kind of like, they got each other's back. They ain't gonna let something bad happen. You know what I mean? That way the man is being judged by all the women, so he's got to make a good impression. It's not like it's in some back alley where, there's no witnesses, right? It's all out in the open for everyone to kind of see what takes place. So it's in a safe environment for all parties to sort of engage on the topic. Um, Maybe this is a cultural thing. It's sort of a way of like, you know, it's a common practice of like, are you interested in what I have to offer? Even if like, I don't know what my master looks like. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of the servant ran to meet her. My master will be very pleased with me if I bring back this maiden, a maiden or a woman of marriageable age, who no man had known. Instead of may I buy you a drink, it's like, could you give me a drink from your jar? Could I drink from your jar? Yeah, I don't know if this is like just a no, cultural normals, like if this is culturally typical for the whole situation, or if this is unique in any way. Like, is it culturally typical or culturally unique? I'm not sure. Gold ring for her nose. Did she already have a nose ring and just like, you know what I mean? Or it's like, here, let me give you a piercing. And he pierced her nose in that moment. I don't know. And two bracelets for her arms. I do like the comment, where was it? Where it's like, because he's not saying any of this aloud. He's saying it in his heart, which I do like. I kind of, sometimes you do that when you're talking to God. You're not like, you're not always speaking it. Sometimes you know, speak it from the heart internally. I think that's down here. I'm not sure where that went, but yeah. Before I finish speaking in my heart, I like that. I don't know, something. Not all this is, when they say they're speaking, it's not always, only now we're like, oh, he's speaking in my heart. I'm just gonna throw it in there. Mm, mm, Where's that? Mm, yeah, 24, 13. Any other takeaways here? I mean, I appreciate that they like consulted her on the matter. Like, are you ready to go now? Seems a kind gesture. Shows, some respect for her choice in the matter. Yeah, well, also it's interesting because, there's I think sometimes when people paint with a broad stroke in history, sometimes it comes across because when you paint with broad strokes, you're gonna, that like basically that even in this time period, women would have like no say in anything that took place. You know what I mean? And it's, they're like broad strokes. It's like all kinds of cultures and all kinds of different time periods. Like quit painting with those broad strokes. I don't think it's very helpful. Hmm. But then again, it's also depends on the household, depends on the culture, depends on like you can have a variance of like how people are, just even how the servants are treated. It could be cultural, but then it depends on the household, da 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 da. There's just so much complexity. No, even if there's a cultural norm, there's still complexity within the 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 group of people you're looking at. It's good to understand cultural norms. That's understandable because that also is important to understand why somebody in that culture might stand out or why they might blend in or maybe this person's actually going against the grain by doing certain things. So it is good to understand cultural norms for sure. I don't want to downplay that, you know. So I'm not entirely sure what the cultural norm is back in the day for all this. Hence why certain things like obviously it seems like at least in this specific to this in the city of Nahor in Mesopotamia, you know, it was this was a common practice, and it seems like maybe this could have been a decently cultural norm throughout, maybe, you know, so that there was a certain time and place when the women go out and draw water and gossip. I mean, they do a little gossip, as you do. Um, all right. Don't think that there's anything else um to really draw from this. And right now is a good time for a cigarette. Cigarette. I did get a vape pen, but as somebody who smokes like a pack a day, this like irritates my my throat a lot. And so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to use it very often as a substitute. Yeah, see that already like I feel like if I take another drag, I'm gonna want to cough. But we have it. Maybe I can wean myself off cigarettes. We'll see. But we're gonna take a little, you know, 5 minute break. I'm gonna get a cigarette and I'll be back. All right. Okay, so on to chapter 25. Schools. Abraham took. Oh, let's not that cigarettes don't make me cough. Title: Abraham's death and his descendants. Abraham took another wife? What? He's like old as all get out. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran, uh, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shuha. Jokshan fathered Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Asirim, Lech, Le, Letushim, and Lumim. The sons of Midan were Epha, Epher, Hanok, Abida, and Eldah. All these were the children of Keturah. Abraham gave all he had to Isaac. Oh, I got all Oh, I don't know why it's just like all the other kids. Well, you gotta fend for yourselves, buddies, because everything's going to Isaac. I thought it was it Abraham. Like again, this season feels a little out of place, a little kind of funky. I mean, how many kids here? Took another wife. Had one, two, three, four, five, six. Are those all just sons, or are those also some of these are daughters as well? Um, I don't know. But five, what, six kids, six. Good gracious. Well, Abraham did live, supposedly, according to the Bible, supposedly lived to be 175. All right, Abraham gave all he had to Isaac. All right, but to the sons of his concubines, sons of his concubines, thought he had a wife. Sons of his Abraham gave gifts, and while he was still living, he sent them away from his son Isaac eastward to the east country. Interesting. Like eastward. Aren't they in Canaan? The heck could they go? Maybe it wasn't that far east. I don't know. Uh, huh. Yeah, I mean, eastward to the east country could only mean like 20 miles. You know, it's not like they went like freaking, because there's only so far you could go east before you hit the Mediterranean if we're having any understanding of where they are, because it's supposed to be in Canaan, which is generally modern day Israel, maybe Syria, maybe Jordan, you know. Um, yeah. Da, da, da. Yeah, Abraham lived 175 years, sons of his concubines. I can't. I don't know. It's kind of funky. Okay, he gave all he had to Isaac, but before he did that, he gave sons of his concubines. Abraham gave gifts and sent them east. Okay. Abraham breathed his last and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. Isaac and Ishmael. Ishmael returned. Ishmael came back for his father's burial. Isaac and Ishmael, who is the son of Hanar, which is the Egyptian slave that Abraham had at one point. In the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, east of Mamre, in the cave of Machpelah. I think that's the same cave that Sarah's buried in. The field that Abraham purchased from the Hittites, there Abraham was buried with Sarah his wife. After the death of Abraham, God blessed Isaac his son, and Isaac settled at Beer Lahai Roy. Beer Lahai Roy. All right. These are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's servant, bore to Abraham. All right, servant. I thought they used slave at one point. Maybe they use servant more. I wonder if those are interchangeable. Not sure. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, named in the order of their birth. Naboth, the firstborn of Ishmael, and Kedar, Adbil, Mizam, Misha, or Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Tema, Jetur, Nafish, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their villages and by their encampments, 12 princes according to their tribes. 12 princes. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. These are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. He breathed his last and died and was gathered to his people. They settled from Havilah to Shur, which is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria. Right, I'm getting east and west mixed up. I'm silly. Eastward. Right. I was thinking westward. Yeah, east of that makes more sense. That makes more sense. The direction of Assyria, which is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria, settled over against all his kinsmen. Okay. These are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Also, we're getting another like Assyria. Okay, anyway, let's keep rolling. These are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham fathered Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah. Oh, wow, he was 40 years old. When he took Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban the Aramean, to be his wife. Interesting. And Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. Again? The Lord granted his prayer, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. Okay, all right. There we go. Interesting. The children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it is thus, why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples from within you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger." All right. When her days to give birth were completed, behold, there were twins in her womb. The first came out red, and all his body like a hairy cloak. So they called his name Shua. Afterward, his brother came out with his hand holding Eshua's heel. With his name, so his name was called Jacob. Jacob, he takes by the heel, or he cheats. He's like, "Hey, bring me with you." Ah. Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. When the boys grew up, Yeshua was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, while Jacob was a quiet man, dwelling in tents. Isaac loved Yeshua because he ate of his game, but Rebekah loved Jacob, Mama's boy. Yeshua sells his birthright. Once when Jacob was cooking stew, Yeshua came in from the field and he was exhausted. And Yeshua said to Jacob, "Let me eat some of that red stew, for I am exhausted." Therefore, his name was called Edom. Wait, what? Therefore, whose name is called Edom? See what that. Therefore, his name was called Red. I don't know. Jacob said, "Sell me your birthright now." Yeshua, I'm about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me? I am starving. Jacob said, "Swear to me now." So he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Yeshua bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank and rose and went his way. Thus Yeshua despised his birthright. That is interesting. All right, let's see. What do we got? All right. So Abraham. So I guess with him living 175, it's not that crazy. It is kind of crazy. I mean, it is crazy to live 175. But in the context of the Bible, and we just like we go with it, we go with it. In the context of him living a very long time, it is very conceivable. Um, they have another wife and more children. So, mm, all right. Interesting that Ishmael like comes back. That's nice. Sure, he must have felt I don't know, maybe they made ends meet after Sarah died, but if he like just had returned just for the burial of Abraham, felt very much like, who are you? Don't you remember I'm actually like technically the first son of Abraham, just not treated as such. Let's see. All right, and then yeah, Ishmael shows a certain amount of like give him his generations and everything, and now da 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 da. He settled over against all his kinsmen. I don't fully he settled over, fell over against all his kinsmen. Maybe like fought them for the land or like established dominance over all his kinsmen. Like I am Zalida. Interesting. Then we have I forgot they were twins. Um, you know, Jacob and Yeshua. I forgot about that. This is it's very strange. Like all for a bowl of soup, all for some stew and some bread. He's like, all right, fine, you can. Oh, but that's how the story goes, my friends. That's how the story goes. Must have made quite some stew. Um, all right. I think we're good to continue from here. This might have some significance that I haven't fully, I don't recall exactly, but it is interesting. See as we go on. I'll jot this one down as well, because this could have some heavy significance later on. Um, Also, it is sort of interesting the idea of like there's a strong concept of legacy laced throughout um a lot of these dealings. Like God reminding Abraham, you're gonna have you're a multitude of offspring. Like not just your kids are gonna have kids are gonna have kids, and they're gonna like there's gonna be a blessing coming, and there's a certain thought process of like there are two nations in your womb, thought process of like legacy and that. Because, a nation is just like, two peoples, shall be divided, you know. Then you have the burly man. Shua's the burly. He's a burly man, loves to hunt, man of the field. And Jacob, just, probably enjoys reading. Wait a minute. Have anything to read at this point? Maybe. Maybe some cuneiform. Maybe he was more of a scholarly type. Sounds like it. A clever person. Favored by his mother. Alright. Let's keep rolling. Alright, chapter 26. Okay. Get a little swig here. Now, there was a famine in the land, besides the former famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Gerar to Abimelech, king of the Philistines. Still alive at this point? And the Lord appeared to him and said, do not go down to Egypt. Dwell in the land of which I shall tell you. All right. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your offspring I will give all these lands. And I will establish the oath that I swore to Abraham your father. I will multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, and will give to your offspring all these lands. And in your offspring all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Wait, what laws? What? Well, they haven't been written down yet. Not to my understanding, at least. To my recollection, any real interesting. I mean, I'm sure that, I mean, there are certain laws that everybody sort of agreed upon, or, you know, look, in the past, like, there was somebody who was called a priest of the Most High God that wasn't Abraham. So potentially at this point there were laws that had been passed down that were understood to be from God. Um, commandments. It's not crazy. That ain't crazy. Just because they aren't in the book of Genesis doesn't mean they didn't exist elsewhere, let me tell you. So Isaac settled in Gerar. When the men of the place asked him about his wife, he said, "She is my sister." We doing this thing again? What is this like? Abraham did this. What is this? Is this like something he Hey, Isaac, let me give you a piece of advice. Whenever you go anywhere, tell them she's your sister. It worked wonders for me. They kept giving me oxen and sheep and male and female servants, and then God's gonna take care of all of it. Don't worry. He'll put a curse on them, he'll visit them in dreams, and then you'll be fine. You'll be fine. How is this? For he feared to say my wife, lest the men of this place should kill me because Rebecca. Dude, you and Abimelech, he's buds with your father. It's not like the. What is happening? Was this the word not reaching Abimelech, the king, that like the son of his buddy Abraham? Like, oh, he's gonna like the man, yeah, because the king is gonna allow that to happen. When he had been there for a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out of a window and saw Isaac laughing with Rebekah, his wife. Rebekah, his wife. So I will call. So behold, she is your wife. How then could you say she is my sister? See, he's caught up. He's a little more wised up this time. He's like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. How then could you say? Well, my father told me it's worked wonders for him in the past, so I figured I'd follow suit. Succeeded because I thought, lest I die because of her. Say, well, okay. This just feel. He said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people might easily have lain, okay, with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." Oh, warned all the people, saying, "Whoever touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." And Isaac sowed in that land and reaped in the same year, and the Lord blessed him. So, very well, very well. All right. He didn't get all the goats and the male servants and female servants because of this whole shenanigan. I'm surprised he would like bring up what Abraham did a while ago. Like, you're just trying to do the same crap that Abraham did. What the heck? But it was quicker. It was quicker with it. And reaped in the same year 100-fold. The Lord blessed him. And the man became rich and gained more and more until he became very wealthy. He had possessions of flocks and herds and many servants, so that the Philistines envied him. Now, the Philistines had stopped and filled with earth all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father. Okay. He filled all the earth. There's all the wells his fathers. All right. And Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us, for you are much mightier than we." So Isaac departed from there and encamped in the valley of Gerar and settled there. Need like a map for these places, dude. Just, yeah, I'm just jotting down like map out locations because I feel like it would just help me kind of visualize how people are moving around and everything. But when Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of spring, a spring, a well of spring water, the herdsmen of Gur quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "The water is ours." So he called the name of the well Esek, meaning contention, because they contended with him. Then they dug another well, and they quarreled over that also. So he called its name Sitnah, enmity. And he moved from there and dug another well, and they did not quarrel over it. So he called its name Rehoboth, meaning rough place or room. Okay, saying, "For now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land." From there he went up to Beersheba, and the Lord appeared to him the same night and said, "I am the God of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you and will bless you and multiply your offspring for my servant Abraham's sake." So he built an altar there and called upon the name of the Lord and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants dug a well. When Abimelech went to him from Gerar with Ahuzath, his adviser, and Phicol, the commander of his army, Isaac said to them, "Why have you come to see me? Why have you come to me, seeing that you hate me and have sent me away from you?" They said, "We see plainly that the Lord has been with you." So we said, "Let there be a sworn pact between us, between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no harm, just as we have not touched you, and have done nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now blessed of the Lord, blessed of the Lord." So he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. In the morning they rose early and exchanged oaths, and Isaac sent them on their way, and they departed from him in peace. That same day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well that they had dug, and said to him, "We have found water." He called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. When Eshua was 40 years old, he took Judith, the daughter of Beri, the Hittite. He took Judith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, to be his wife, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. And they made life bitter for Isaac and Rebekah. Interesting. Maybe because they didn't want to marry Hittite daughters. Interesting. Hmm. All right. So let's see. Takeaways. Takeaways. um. Yeah. Interesting. Isaac tries to pull the same stunt as his father. But Abimelech sniffs it out. Didn't work as well this time for Isaac. He tried, he tried. I think that's kind of cute. I saw you guys laughing together. Oh, what? I can't laugh with my sister? But I like how it throws in. It may suggest an intimate relationship. Maybe it was laughing in a more intimate kind of way. That would not be usual for a bro and sis. Maybe that's just a very, very tame way. You know what I mean? Um, evidence to suggest that, they're married. All right. Mm, all right. Who's, Isaac and Abimelech um, make a covenant. Shut down. Let's see here. Also, again, this is interesting. Sort of an understanding that they're already at this point. Um, commandments, statutes, laws. Like before there was Moses, before the Ten Commandments, before, the book of Leviticus, before all that, unless there's some funky chronological stuff going on that I'm not sure of at this point. It's already understood that there are commandments, statutes, and laws that have been laid out um, by God. Also, one of the things is that, generally speaking, from my understanding of reading this, the first, like, you gotta think that there's a lot of information that is kind of assuming the way it's being presented, there's a certain assumption that people already have certain understandings when they hear the story. Like, of course, like they didn't need to bring up when the commandments and statutes and laws were established. Like this is already understood that there were commandments, statutes, and laws back, you know, where it didn't make it into the final script, you could say, or the definitive script when finally it was written down. And we're like, we're not touching it. This is it. This is what we're sticking with, and bada boom, bada bing. All right. All right, let's keep rolling. All right. 27. All right. When Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim so that he could not see, he called Yeshua his older son and said to him, My son. He answered, Here I am. He said, Behold, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now then, take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt game for me. And prepare for me delicious food, such as I love, and bring it to me so that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die. Now Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to his son Yeshua. So Yeshua went to the field to hunt for game and bring it. Rebekah said to her son Jacob, I heard your father speak to your brother Yeshua. Bring me game and prepare for me delicious food, that I may eat it and bless you before the Lord, before I die. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice as I command you. Go to the flock and bring me 2 good young goats, so that I may prepare for them delicious food for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father to eat, so that he may bless you before he dies. But Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, my brother Yeshua is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem to be mocking him, and bring a curse upon myself, and not a blessing. His mother said to him, Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice, and go, bring them to me. So he went and took them, and brought them to his mother, and his mother prepared delicious food, such as his father loved. Then Rebekah took the best garments of Yeshua, her older son, which were with her in the house, and put them on Jacob, her younger son. And the skins of the young goats she put on his hands, and on the smooth part of his neck. And she put the delicious food and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. So he went in to his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who are you, my son? See, they have similar voices, I guess. Must be. Jacob said to his father, I am Yeshua, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Now sit up and eat of my game, that your soul may bless me. But Isaac said to his son, How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? He answered, Because the Lord your God granted me success. Then Isaac said to Jacob, Please come near, that I may feel you, my son, to know whether you are really my son Yeshua or not. So Jacob went near to Isaac his father, who felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Yeshua. And he did not recognize him because his hands were hairy like his brother Yeshua. So he blessed him. He said, Are you really my son Yeshua? He answered, I am. Then he said, Bring it near to me, that I may eat of my son's game and bless you. So he brought it near to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, Come near and kiss me, my son. So he came near and kissed him. And Isaac smelled the smell of his garments and blessed him and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you the dew of heaven and the fat and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you. As soon as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, when Jacob had scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, Yeshua his brother came in from his hunting. He also prepared delicious food and brought it to his father, and said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that you may bless me." His father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" He answered, "I am your son, your firstborn Yeshua." Then Isaac trembled very violently and said, "Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it all before you came, and I have blessed him. Yes, and he shall be blessed." Like, it's done. I just did it. As soon as Yeshua heard the words of his father, he cried out with exceedingly great and bitter cry and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully, and he has taken away your blessing." Yeshua said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has cheated me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing." Then he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Isaac answered and said to Yeshua, "Behold, I have made him lord over you, and all his brothers I have given to him for servants, and with grain and wine I have sustained him. What then can I do for you, my son?" Yeshua said to his father, "Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." And Yeshua lifted up his voice and wept. Then Isaac, his father, answered to him, "Behold, away from the fatness of the earth shall you be dwelling, and away from the dew of heaven on high. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you shall break his yoke from your neck." Now Yeshua hated Jacob because and now Yeshua hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father had blessed him. And Yeshua said to himself, "The days of mourning for my father are approaching. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." But the words of Yeshua, her older son, were told to Rebekah. So she sent and called Jacob her younger son and said to him, "Behold, your brother Yeshua comforts himself about you by planning to kill you. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee to Laban my brother in Haran, and stay with him a while until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and bring you from there. Why should I be bereft of you both in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I loathe my life because of the Hittite women. If Jacob marries one of the Hittite women like these, one of the women of the land, what good will my life be to me?" Damn, I did not like the Hittite women. Despite Yeshua was very much about the Hittite women. But she was not about it. Alright. Takeaways. Take me away, my secret place. Let's see. It's interesting how, like, I mean, it doesn't seem like God really, like, intervenes. And he's just like, "Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's fine." The victors write the history books. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like this is anything that, like, I'm a little surprised Isaac didn't in turn like it's not shown. Maybe Isaac was upset with Jacob, but it was like, well, again, you know, I don't know. It's interesting. They didn't like take it back. It's like, okay, get you both in here. Jacob, come clean. You know what I mean? And then like remedy the situation. But he's like, all right, let me give you some kind of a blessing. Not this a blessing, more of a like, I don't know what we call it. It's not really necessarily a curse. Um, it's not blessed all that much from what I can tell. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's like Isaac being like, well, shoot, if he well played, Jacob. Maybe Isaac wasn't like, let's see, Isaac trembled very violently. Father cracks deceitfully and he has taken away. Mm, yeah, it's that's wild. All right. Um, yeah, Jacob's a little deceitful punk, isn't he? Also, he's a shady. He's kind of shady. He earned Yeshua's birthright. He found like a moment of weakness. I guess the guy must have loved himself some food, let me tell you. I mean, that's not an Yeshua. I mean, he shouldn't have like given away his birthright, you know. Now Isaac has stolen his blessing. Well, not stolen, but deceitfully earned it. Another way. Tactfully acquired the blessing. That's another way to put it. Mhm. I'm surprised they didn't send Yeshua away. It's like, dude, you want to kill your like, I don't know, maybe they're concerned Yeshua would like go the Hittites, maybe, and you know what I mean? Like maybe he's just if they sent Yeshua away, maybe he gets in good with the Hittites and then comes back to kill Jacob. That maybe that's why. Because maybe Isaac's the one that's yeah. Hmm. And Rebecca's all about it. Like Rebecca is like, hold on, let's go back because I think what was this 2 chapters ago? Yeah, I mean, I think Rebecca's like, how am I gonna make this happen? Where um the older shall serve the younger. So I think Rebecca's always kind of been like sort of who knows? Maybe she even like was like, hey Jacob, here's how you're gonna get. First thing you need to do, step one, get that birthright from Yeshua. Let me give you some suggestions on how. You know, maybe there's some collusion. Collusion. It's a conspiracy. Oh yeah, they were. Sounds like they were conspiring. Because yeah, I mean, it's Rebecca is the one that's really prompting Jacob to go through with all this, and also helping him. Like, this is how we're gonna do it. You know. So maybe like even maybe the reason maybe Rebecca beforehand was trying to convince um Isaac to give the blessing to Jacob. You know what I mean? And that's where like he was like, no, 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 no. She was firstborn. Came out of the womb the firstborn. He's getting the blessing. Maybe that's why he trembled very violently, because he's like, oh my gosh, this is totally something Rebecca and Isaac would do. Or sorry, Rebecca and Jake. Like maybe Charlie, because like it's like the dots all connected so quickly. Like he brought it so soon, okay. That's what it didn't really sound like okay, like da da da. And maybe, Isaac was like, no, Rebecca, no, 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 no. And then this happened, so it's like, well, she said that this little maybe there was an exchange there. We're not sure. Uh, Let's see. Anything else we can surmise here? Hmm. 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 No, I think we're good for now. All right, we can. Might be time for another smoke break. Smoking on, smoking on, smoking on, smoke. All right. All right, we're gonna. So I come back, we'll start on chapter 28. All right. Center label. All right. I'll be right back. And we are back. All right, Jacob sent to Laban. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and directed him, "You must not take a wife from the Canaanite women. Arise, go to Padanaram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father, and take as your wife from there one of the daughters of Laban your mother's brother. God Almighty bless you, and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may become a company of peoples. May he give the blessing of Abraham to you and to your offspring with you, that you may take possession of the land of your sojournings that God gave to Abraham." Thus Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Paddan Aram to Laban, the son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Yeshua's mother. All right, so it seems like, Isaac kind of accepted the whole situation and was like, all right, we're doing this. Okay. Now Yeshua saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Paddan Aram to take a wife from there, and that as he blessed him, he directed him, "You must not take a wife from the Canaanite women," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and his mother and gone to Paddan Aram. So that when Yeshua saw that the Canaanite women did not please Isaac, his father, Yeshua went to Ishmael and took as his wife, besides the wives he had, Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth. So now it's seeing, well, hold on. So like, took, okay, so that's, should be more preferable. Doesn't that mean Yeshua now has like 3 wives? Which I mean, that's is what he is. Okay. Daughter of Ishmael. So basically his cousin, right? Jacob left Beersheba. For a moment there, I thought like Yeshua saw that it didn't, so he like went and like got himself a king. Like, oh, you don't like this? I'm doing it just to make you upset with me because I'm upset. So now we're all upset. All right. Jacob's dream. Jacob left Beersheba and went toward Haran. And he came to a certain place and stayed there that night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, there was a ladder. Ooh, our first actual descriptive dream. Behold, there was a ladder set up on the earth, and on top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And behold, God stood above it and said, "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. Your offspring shall be like dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised." Then Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." And he's got good vibes. he wasn't picking up on the vibes, you know. Now, now he knows. And he was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." So early in the morning, Jacob took the stone that he had put under his head and set it up for a pillar and poured oil on the top of it. He called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of the city was Luz at the first. So originally Luz and became Bethel, which means the house of God. Is Bethel and Bethlehem? I mean, obviously they sound related in the words, but anyway, let's keep going. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, I will give me will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then the Lord shall be my God. And this stone, which I have set up for a pillar, shall be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give a tenth to you." Interesting, interesting. Made a vow. All right, let's review. Let's see what we got going on. All right. It's interesting that he didn't get the same charge. I mean, what was it, a couple chapters ago? Um, he had like two Hittite, which it's sort of like they're using certain language, like maybe Canaanite is a broader term, and Hittites fall under Canaanite for them, or maybe they're you know the Hittites that live in Canaan are considered Canaanites, but then Hittites that don't live in Canaan wouldn't be considered Canaanites. Um, Maybe Canaanite is just people other than us in the region of Canaan, maybe. Not sure. I'm gonna write that down, write that down. It's interesting, Yeshua and like being sort of the I wouldn't call him the outcast necessarily, but Ishmael and Yeshua kind of like Yeshua has a different sort of tale. He was initially the favored son of Isaac, and Ishmael, and kind of not necessarily like the favored son of Abraham, but both sort of drew the short straw, I guess you could say, in the situation, or what I mean, didn't have the best lot in their situations, despite being technically the firstborn. So that is interesting. Beware of the secondborn. I think that's interesting. All right. Hmm. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Yeah, this is the first, like, I'd say, first descriptive dream that we get in the Bible. Like, instead of just like conversations taking place in the dream, we get something more visual to consider. Unless I missed something from earlier. Definitely not the first like dream, or vision that happened while somebody's sleeping, but definitely the first like, oh, this is, let me give you a description of it, of what I saw. So that's interesting. It's a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Lord stood above it. Okay. I believe I mean I'm like 98% sure a place called Bethel still exists. I'm just gonna give me one schmecken. Bethel. Unless it does. Maybe it doesn't. Anyway, that can be for once we've gone through the book of Genesis, then I'll probably go back and like do some more refining with everything that we've read thus far. Yeah. So we'll hold off on that for now. All right. Um, it's also an interesting sort of a little bit of like context, or not context, but like it's interesting that Jacob sort of like, due to the fact that I had this dream, that means the place that I'm at where I had the dream is special, you know, instead of just being like, okay, this, just had a dream. Instead of just considering the dream, it's like this place is why this dream was maybe allowed to happen, or why God chose this place. It's like, this is the gate of heaven. This is the place where somebody can have a dream like this. It's a very interesting sort of consideration. Um, the angels of God were ascending and descending it. Maybe bringing messages up, bringing messages back down, bringing messages up, bringing messages back down. You know, maybe it just wasn't one ladder, maybe it was multiple. Oh, flight of steps. A stairway to heaven. I wonder how much Bethel costs nowadays. Maybe somebody could buy it. All right. Yeah, good amount in this chapter for sure. I do find dreams fascinating. Lord knows I find my own dreams fascinating. More reiteration of sort of this blessing. This is a similar blessing that was given to Abraham, which, very much makes sense. I'm Lord, the God, I am your father, the God of Isaac, do. So same kind of benediction, same kind of blessing, just sort of reiterating over and over again, because, God wants to make sure that each, descendant understands what's taking place, and through it's sort of like specifically through like the one that gets the blessing from the Father, you know, that is the one that where this blessing is going to continue and sort of pass on. Not that that blessing didn't spill out from Abraham as well, but I guess you could say it spills out and becomes still more concentrated, spills out, becomes more concentrated, spills out, that kind of thing, you know. Mm, mm. All right. Um, all right. All right. This is kind of a bit of like an introduction to the idea of tithing. You know what I mean? Jacob making this vow. I have to go and do like y'all. Um, don't know what tithing is. Tithing is where you give 10% of your earnings to either the church or I guess your synagogue. Um, but that's like sort of your way of giving it to God. God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go. I will give and will give me bread to eat, clothes to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then the Lord shall be my God. It is interesting. It's like, so if God didn't give him bread and clothing to wear, and he didn't come to his father's house in peace, Well, would he then be like, God has forsaken me, or you know, ah, where's that for my God's house? That you give me, I will give a tenth to you. Makes it sound like he's, I don't know, this might be a stretch. This might be a stretch. Where this might eventually be turned into maybe he's thinking like maybe some sort of structure, whether it be a tent or some kind of structure where he will almost provide for the operations, like a tenth. He'll give a tenth to, you know, which I have set up shall be God's house. And all that you give me, I will give a tenth to you, as in I will set this up and I will use a tenth of my earnings to kind of make this a significant location that honors God. You know, this location, this stone which I have set up shall be God's house. And all that you give me, I will give a tenth to you. Which I'm guessing is God's house. But maybe. Like that's how the location in which he is going to maybe do the offerings or what have you shall be the spot where he has set up a pillar, you know. Just, all right. I think we can keep rolling here. Okay. Yeah, it does sound like he is going to return here for that because he's viewing this as the gate of heaven, like the meeting place where he can come back and meet God at his house. And therefore that because it's his house, that's where he's going to give him the tenth. Yeah, okay. That checks out, in my opinion. All right, let's roll. Chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey and came to the land of the people of the east. As he looked, he saw a well in the field, and behold, 3 flocks of sheep lying beside it. For out of that well the flocks were watered. The stone on the well's mouth was large. And when all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the mouth of the well and water the sheep, and put the stone back in its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob said to them, My brothers, where do you come from? They said, We are from Haran. He said to them, Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? They said, We know him. He said to them, Is it well with him? They said, It is well. And see, Rachel his daughter is coming with the sheep. He said, Behold, it is still high day. It is not time for the livestock to be gathered together. Water the sheep and go, pasture them. But they said, We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together, and the stone is rolled from the mouth of the well. Then we water the sheep." While he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with his father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. That's cool. A shepherdess. Now, as soon as Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, Jacob came near and rolled the stone from the and well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. All right, pretty forward, I would say. But maybe it was a kiss on the cheek, like a greeting. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's kinsman, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told his father. Very well. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him and embraced him, and kissed him and brought him to his house. Jacob told Laban all these things, and Laban said to him, "Surely you are my bone and my flesh." And he stayed with him a month. Then Laban said to Jacob, "Because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be?" Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was beautiful in form and appearance. Jacob loved Rachel, and he said, "I will serve you 7 years for your young daughter Rachel." Laban said, "It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to any other man. Stay with me." So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because of the love he had for her. Oh. Then Jacob said to Laban, 7 years, oh my goodness. Give me my wife. Like that is quite a significant amount of time. Good gracious. Give me my wife that I may go into her, for my time is completed. So Laban gathered together all the people of the place and made a feast. But in the evening he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. Was he drunk? What is happening? Laban gave his female servant Zilpah to his daughter Leah to be her servant. Okay, interesting little notation here, or had given. Okay. And in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why have you deceived me?" Laban said, "It is not so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn. Complete the week of this one, and we will give you the other also in return for serving me another 7 years." Okay. Jacob did so and completed her week. Oh no, that's interesting term. Interesting saying. Then Laban gave his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Okay, so he completed a week. Laban gave his female servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel to be her servant. So Jacob went into Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and served Laban for another 7 years. That's wild. All right. When the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. What is going on with like all these ladies being barren to like, the main characters of these stories? Very interesting. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, because, let's see what Reuben means. See, a son. Look, a son. Because the Lord has looked upon my affliction. From now my husband will love me. She conceived again and bore a son, and said, because the Lord has heard that I am hated, he has given me this son also. And she called his name Simon, or Simeon. Probably Simon. Again she conceived and bore a son, and said, now this time my husband will be attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. How many? How many must I give him before he will love me? Therefore, his name was called Levi. So, sounds like attached. Okay, will be attached. And she conceived again and bore a son, and she said, this time I will praise the Lord. Therefore she called his name Judah. Then she ceased bearing. So dang. Well, shoots and ladders. All right. Takeaways. Takeaways. Alrighty. Okay. Interesting how this time seems like maybe Isaac wasn't able to maintain um the wealth that was passed on to him. Because it doesn't seem like he's able to. Well, granted, Isaac did try to pull that old trick in the book where it's like, hey, this is my sister, and then they get cursed, and they give me stuff, now I'm rich. It's like, where'd all that money go? Maybe Isaac wasn't as profitable, you know, because it looks like, yeah, Isaac's just not able to bestow Jacob with like a dowry essentially for him. He's got to work for, to obtain Rachel. Because, Isaac was able to have Rebecca be his wife. You know, you got the gold rings, you got the bracelets, we got a bunch of camels, yo, you know. Or potentially, I mean, it did say Abraham like spread around, gave gifts to all of his children. Maybe he spread around the love a lot more, and that did leave Isaac nowhere near as wealthy as his father. Um, Therefore, Jacob's got to work for it, you know. Okay, 7 years. That's quite a while. 7 years is quite a while. Feel like Laban is kind of taking advantage of how, how much Jacob loved Rachel. Because he didn't even bring it, maybe he was trying during those 7 years, he's trying to find a husband for Leah. No luck. So he's like, all right, well, you gotta, it's our custom. You gotta get, I'm just trying to find Leah a husband, but we weren't able to do so. That's probably why it wasn't initially stated, for it's better to give her to you than I should give. Yeah, so 7 years wasn't able to find. It's like work for me one more week, then I'll give you Rachel, and then work another 7 years for me. My gosh, Laban's coming out like a champ with this one. Give him 14 years and a week of servitude. Uh, Hmm. Seeing how these are kind of like, and female servant. Da, da. Yeah. Hmm. Zilpa Bilha. Yeah, sounds like Jacob was just head over heels for Rachel. Like to the point where, I mean, Leia just was probably like an afterthought to Jacob. You know, so she's like, I am hated. He wants nothing to do with me. And she's like, I'm trying to like make him happy and all this, for now, my husband will love me. Um, yeah, Rachel being barren, it is odd that there is this funky continuation. We'll see if that holds, if in the next chapter it was like, hey, Rachel was barren for X amount of years, but then she wasn't, something like that. I don't know. Because I think with Isaac, Rebecca was barren for a time, and then she eventually was able to uh, no, hmm, hmm, nah. I was thinking for a moment just so. Like, was Rachel too young? Like, had she not? I'm like, no, I don't think so. 7 years. 7 years. Hopefully, it wasn't like, no, no, that would be, no, I don't think so. Like, that Rachel might have been just too young to give children. Like, his firstborn, she's older, you know. Like, I don't think this is an age problem. Even with the other one, it was like, oh, she was barren and then she was able to give birth. Maybe that was the case for Isaac's wife, Rebecca. Maybe she was really young when she got married. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Wasn't like you would think that would be, well, not sure what the cultural customs were for when somebody was allowed to be married at this point. No idea. All right, let's keep on rolling. Don't know if there's anything else. Um, all right. All right, chapter 30. When Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, she envied her sister She said to Jacob, "Give me children, or I shall die." Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, "I am in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?" Question mark? Wait. Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? Uh, then she said, "Here is my servant Bilhah. Go into her, so that she may give birth on my behalf, that even I may have children through her." Again, this is like we're having a similar situation. Like, between Abraham and, you know, and Sarah. So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife, and Jacob went into her, and Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. Then Rachel said, "God has judged me, and has also heard my voice and given me a son." Therefore she called his name Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "With mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister and have prevailed." So she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had ceased bearing children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Then Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. And Leah said, "Good fortune has come." So she called his name Gad. Let's see. Good fortune. Okay. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said, "Happy am I, for women have called me happy." Oh, there you go. So she called his name Asher. In the days of wheat harvest, Reuben went and found mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "It is a small matter that you have taken away my Is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" Rachel said, "Then he may lie with you tonight in exchange for your son's mandrakes." When Jacob came from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must come in to me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he lay with her that night. Interesting. I've hired you. Oh, it's very amusing. And God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a fifth son. Leah said, "God has given me my wages because I gave my servant to my husband." So she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and she bore Jacob a sixth son. Then Leah said, "God has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him six sons." So she called his name Zebulun. Zebulun? Afterward, she bore a daughter and called her name Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her and opened her womb. She conceived and bore a son, and said, "God has taken away my reproach." And she called his name Joseph, saying, "May the Lord add to me another son." My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. This is sisters just fighting over the attention of their husband. Just trying to good Lord. Let's see. the son, therefore. Then, hmm. It's interesting how there's that idea like the here, have my servant, and now that child, that is my son because my servant gave birth. I own everything that my servant has. Everything my servant produces, I own. More like a slave, than a servant. And I wonder if those, that's what that really means, servant, you know. So she gave him her servant Bilhah. Good gracious. It's like Jacob didn't seem to be at a loss for company in the evenings or what have you. Seemed like he had plenty of opportunity for company. All right. Let's see. Takeaways. Take me away. Wait, did I? Oh, did I stop here? Oh my goodness. I got so caught up with the first, section here. As soon as Rachel had borne Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me away, that I may go to my own home and country. Give me my wives and my children for whom I have served you, that I may go, for you know the service that I have given you." But Laban said to him, "If I have found favor in your sight, I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you. Name your wages, and I will give it." Jacob said to him, "You yourself know how I have served you, and how your livestock have fared with me. For you had little before I came, and it has increased abundantly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I turned. But now when shall I provide for my own household also?" Okay. He said, but now, I feel like that may be a comma. But now, when shall I provide for my own household also? For he said, "What shall I give you?" Jacob said, "You shall not give me anything. If you will do this for me, I will again pasture your flock and keep it. Let me pass through all your flock today, removing from it every speckled and spotted sheep and every black lamb, the spotted and speckled among the goats, and they shall be my wages. So my honesty will answer for me later, when you come to look into my wages with you. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and black among the lambs, among the lambs, if found with me, shall be counted stolen." Interesting. Laban said, "Good, let it be as you have said." But that day Laban removed the male goats that were striped and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had white on it, and every lamb that was black, and put them in the charge of his sons. Laban, what? Good gracious, he's been working so hard. He's like like I know that the Lord has blessed me because of you, and now it's like, and he set a distance of 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob. And Jacob pastured the rest of Laban's flock. Wait a minute, am I missing something? Hold on. Let me pass by removing from it every speckle. Spot. They shall be my wages. Oh, like, oh, maybe I read this wrong. Right? Everyone that is not speckled and spotted on the nose, if found with me, shall be counted as stolen. Okay, okay. I misread, misunderstood. I thought he was taking them with him and they're counted as wages, like removing from it every, let me pass it like, and they shall be my wages. I see. Remove those, and whatever is left will be my wages. Okay, okay. Yeah, say. Yeah, if found with me. Everyone that is. Wait, now I'm confusing myself again. Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, black among the lambs, if found with me, shall be counted. Everyone that is not speckled, spotted. But that day they removed the male and said distance. All right, let's keep reading. Maybe this will it'll clarify itself. And Jacob pastured the rest of Laban's flock. Then Jacob took fresh sticks of poplar and almond peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the sticks. Set the sticks that he had peeled in front of the flocks in the troughs, that is, the watering places where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the sticks, and so the flocks brought forth stripes speckled and spotted. What? Jacob separate lambs and set the faces of the flocks toward the striped and all the black in the flock of Laban. He put his own droves apart, did not put them with Laban's flock. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeding, Jacob would lay the sticks in the troughs before the eyes of the flock. They might breed among the sticks. But for the feebler of the flock, he would not lay them there. So the feebler would be Laman's, and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man increased greatly and had large flocks. Female servants and male servants, and camels and donkeys. Like that. This is strange, like little inclusion there. Okay. Now we go for, gosh. It's always like within the last like hours. So where my energy starts and focus starts to waver a little bit. Okay. Good gracious. All right. Takeaways. Leah and Rachel compete to give Jacob sons, using their servants as well. As well. That's I mean, that's this whole. It's pretty much this whole thing right here is just Rachel and Leah just vying for Jacob's approval and trying to give him as many sons as possible. Patriarch? No, I'm not good. Don't say it. Don't say patriarchy. Oh. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. I mean, that's pretty much, I don't know if there's anything more takeaways here. What are mandrakes again? I thought that was like a flower. Oh. I have no idea. Hmm. Well, if you're looking at the good old Britannica, okay. Hmm. In ancient times, it was used as a narcotic and an aphrodisiac. It was also believed to have certain magical powers. Interesting. Hmm. All right, very well. All right, let's see. Yeah, this whole description is a little tough to follow. But that day they removed the male goats that were striped and spotted, all the field goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had white on it, and every lamb that was black, put them in charge of his sons. Okay. Flocks towards striped and laden. Hmm. Okay. And yeah, hmm. So my honesty will answer for me later. If any of, okay, if I'm reading this correctly, if everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and black among the lambs, if found with me, shall be counted stolen. Every one that is not speckled and spotted. So they should be, so he has the speckled and spotted. Okay. Yeah, so he removed them. But that day, it was always speckled. Everyone that white on it and every lamb that was black. Them in charge of his sons. Said distance Jacob pastured the rest of Laban's flock. I don't know. This is a little. I might have to. Brought forth. So the flocks brought forth striped, speckled, and spotted. It's not speckled and spotted among they found with me. So he once speckled and spotted. Everyone knows this. Everyone that white. Every lamb that was black. This might be just strange wording here. Remove the male goats. And then, like, after he removes all these, he put the flock that remained. You know what I mean? Okay. In front of 6 of the flocks brought forth, striped, speckled, and spotted. Interesting. Okay. Just write down Laban and Jacob agree to divvy up the livestock. And apparently Jacob had like kind of this, I guess our first sort of like, you know, husbandry at work here. You know, the ability to sort of, this is like the first moment in the Bible or the idea of like, you know, breeding specifically to bring about a specific outcome with your livestock. Not that this isn't like this is the first time in history this has ever happened. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is first instance in the Bible where this is mentioned, which is interesting, you know. This concept, you know. Is all right. All right. So it's sort of like Jacob kind of like did the earn like is he now like all right. Four. And the flock of Laban. I don't because sort of like Laban removed charge of his sons, set a distance between himself and Jacob. The rest of Laban's flock. I thought he was just giving this is such the wording of this is I don't think is very helpful to have full understanding of what exactly is taking place. I believe it does explain fully what is taking place, only that for me it's just so wonky in the wording. Um, Again, I'm using the English Standard Version. Maybe it's better than other versions. There's many translations of the Bible, so this could be also just an article of the English Standard Version where this is just a moment where doesn't do a very good job explaining this, you know. All right. All right. I'm gonna take a quick smoke break, and then we will do. We got about 30 minutes left before I gotta get rolling. So be quick, and maybe we'll knock out maybe one more chapter, and then be good. Yeah, hopefully this kind of gets kind of clarified in the next chapter for me, because I'm still a little wonky on it. far as how this whole deal is working out between the two of them. All right, be right back. here we go. Chapter 31. Let's get going. All right. Chapter 31. Now, Jacob heard that the sons of Laban were saying, Jacob has taken all that was our father's, and from what was our father's, he has gained all this wealth. And Jacob saw that Laban did not regard him with favor as before. Then the Lord said to Jacob, Return to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah into the field where his flock was, and said to them, I see that your father does not regard me with favor as he did before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I have served your father with all my strength. Yet your father has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times, but God did not permit him to harm me. If he said, The spotted shall be your wages, then all the flock bore spotted. And if he said, All the striped shall be your wages, then all the flock bore striped. Thus God has taken away the livestock of your father and given them to me. Wait a minute. Didn't the previous chapter be like, yo, he's figuring out ways to like, so all the flock forth striped, speckled, and spotted due to what he had been doing? Like, God did that. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just looks like maybe this is a bit more. Maybe he was just he's used to being somewhat successful. Maybe it was like he's used to like, well, this gives it a better chance. But clearly God has my back in this, because it's like if he says striped, they're all striped. If he says spot, they're all spotted. Like I don't know. I don't know. Thus God has taken away the livestock of your father and given them to me. In the breeding season of the flock, I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream that the goats that mated with the flock were striped, spotted, and mottled. Then the angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. And I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift up your eyes and see. All the goats that mate with the flock are striped, spotted, and mottled. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar. Isn't this an angel talking? Angel God? Because he's just relaying the message. All right. I'm the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. Now arise, go out from this land and return to the land of your kindred. Then Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, Is there any portion of our inheritance left to us in our father's house? Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? For he has sold us, and he has indeed devoured our money. Oh, what? All the wealth that God has taken away from our father belongs to us and to our children. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do. So Jacob arose and set his sons and his wives on camels. He drove away all his livestock, all his property that he had gained, the livestock in his possession that he had acquired in Paddan Aram, to go to the land of Canaan to his father Isaac. Laban had gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel stole her father's household gods. Okay. And Jacob tricked Laban the Aramean by not telling him that he intended to flee. He fled with all that he had, and arose and crossed the Euphrates, and set his face toward the hill country of Gilead. When it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob had fled, he took his kinsman with him, and pursued him for 7 days, and followed close after him into the hill country of Gilead. But God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream by night, and said to him, Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. And Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country, and Laban with his kinsmen pitched tents in the hill country of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, What have you done, that you have tricked me and driven away my daughters like captives of the sword? Why did you flee secretly and trick me, and did not tell me, so that I might have sent you away with mirth and songs, with Tamarin and Leah? And why did you not permit me to kiss my sons and my daughters farewell? Now you have done foolishly. It is in my power to do you harm, but the God of your father spoke to me last night, and saying, Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. And now you have gone away because you longed greatly for your father's house. But why did you steal my gods? Why did you steal? You stole my gods. Dang it. Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid, for I thought you would take my daughters from me by force. Anyone with whom you find your gods shall not live. Anyone with whom you find your gods shall not live. In the presence of our kinsmen, point out what I have that is yours, and take it. Who's speaking? Jacob answered. Okay, so it's Jacob talking. Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. So Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the 2 female servants, but he did not find them. And he went out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them in the camel's saddle and sat on them. Laban felt all about the tent, but did not find them. And she said to her father, Let not my lord be angry, that I cannot rise before you, for the way of women is upon me. So he searched, but did not find the household gods. Then Jacob became angry and berated Laban. Jacob said to Laban, What is my offense? What is my sin? That you have hotly pursued me. For you have felt through all my goods. What have you found of all your household goods? Set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not miscarried, and I have not eaten the rams of your flocks. What was torn by wild beasts I did not bring to you. I bore the loss of it myself. From my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. All right. There I was. By day the heat consumed me, and the cold by night, and my sleep fled from my eyes. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac, had not been on my side, surely you would have sent me away empty-handed. God saw my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night. Then Laban answered and said to Jacob, The daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, the flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do this day for these my daughters, or for their children whom they have borne? Come now, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be a witness between you and me. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. And Jacob said to his kinsmen, Gather stones. And they took stones and made a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jagar Sahadutha, the heap of the witness. But Jacob called it Gilead, or Galid. Interesting. Laban said, This heap is a witness between you and me today. Therefore he named it Galid. And Mizpah, for he said, The Lord watch between you and me when we are out of one another's sight. If you oppress my daughters, or if you take wives besides my daughters, although no one is with us, see, God is witness between you and me. Then Laban said to Jacob, See this heap and the pillar which I have set between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and you will not pass over this heap and this pillar to me, to do harm. And God of Abraham, the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. And Jacob offered a sacrifice in the hill country, and called his kinsmen to eat bread. They ate bread and spent the night in the hill country. Early in the morning, Laban arose and kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then Laban departed and returned home. Oy, oy, oy. Good gracious. All right. Takeaways. Holy smokes. All right. All right. Seems like Laban was getting frustrated with the situation. He was like, whatever he decided his wages to be, Jacob just kept getting the lion's share. All right. Hmm. Feels like your father has cheated me and changed my wages tons. Doesn't sound like, I mean, he might feel like he's trying to cheat him, which maybe Laban was attempting. Almost like wages and all said. So it's like, I don't know. It's interesting that Jacob feels like Laban has been cheating by changing the wages. Yeah, I can see. But if he followed through with each wager, you know what I mean? It's like if this spotted, then the flock were spotted. And so like then Jacob would still get, you know, the wage. You know what I mean? So I don't This also just seems like a very strange way of divvying up the portions. You know what I mean? That man, that's the agreement. That's what they agreed upon. Um, yeah, this whole bit about like the household gods is very curious. Uh, steals father's household gods. Yeah, that is fascinating. Maybe there's a little something like it's kind of like, do you want to know why God, not only is Jacob favored, God has favor for Jacob, but Laban was kind of like not fully committed to God if he's got these household gods that it's like, where are my household gods? So maybe there's a little like, you know, God's even more sort of not with Laban getting any of the goods or favor. So James, no, no, I'm not intending to leave. What would give you that impression? And then he fled. He's like, no, 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 no. That's not happening. And then he did it. Mm. Yeah, this is all Laban speaking right here. But the God of your father spoke to me. It's interesting, sort of like another kind of instead of saying, but God spoke to me, it's like, but the God of your father spoke to me. But why did you steal my gods? Why I like how it's a very the God is like much as like the house of God, there's like a place and that's where like God dwells per se, you know, where you have more potentially more intense experiences with God. Again, just speaking of what the Bible is expressing here. You know what I mean? Or what Jacob this is Jacob's understanding. That his experience that he had with God at Bethel. He had that experience because something about the place there was special with God. Um, why did you steal my gods? This is such a quirky thing. Um, like he couldn't just get other statues to represent his gods. It's like, no, these are my gods. I can't have you stealing them. Mm, oh damn. Anyone with whom you find your God shall not live. So he's ready, dude. Is that him being like, yo, I'm gonna kill whoever did this? And said, because I was afraid, for I thought you would take your daughters from me by force. Oh, Jacob's saying this. So, oh, because he doesn't know that, right? Like, dude, well, if anybody stole that from you, they're done. They're done. Because Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. Now, did Rachel want those gods for herself? Like, did Rachel want to venerate? Like, had great, like, sort of like, I want these gods with me. These are, the gods that I want on my side. Or did she take them with some kind of plan of like maybe destroying them? But why would you have them all this time? Why not just chuck them in a river? You know what I mean? Why have them all the way till this time if your whole point was like you maybe didn't want your father worshiping them or venerating them? Like it's sort of like, Rachel, what are you doing? Or maybe she forgot about like throwing them out, like she was gonna. Maybe there was like, we will destroy them at the house of the Lord. Maybe this is sort of like, maybe there's some way that she was gonna use them as some kind of like a more, some kind of spiritual way that was like, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Jacob getting upset. Really wish I had could have a different background for this. Sometimes reading this and looking at this screen, sometimes like with the white, it just like gets a little wonky for me after 4 hours, Everything starts blending. Hmm. I like how the heap is a witness, like it's a witness me, pile of rocks, witness us. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness. All right, so this is like the demarcation zone. You will not have any more wives. I don't think Jacob needs any. He's got two wives. He even has like the two servants of his two wives also giving him children. I think he's fine. But maybe if they died, maybe it's also like an idea of like, if they die, like you're not gonna take any more wives. If you oppress my daughters, yeah. Laban seems potentially like, maybe he's just a really overprotective father as well. I mean, you've seen like, if you oppress my dude, he's been with you for like 20 years, and you're still concerned. Did Jacob maybe he got a little harsh from time to time? Maybe there was a little something where maybe, you know maybe Laban was a little concerned about like, if I wasn't here, maybe something bad might happen. Who knows? Maybe Jacob had a temper or something. Call it a temper, you know. but from the beginning, it's like Jacob has loved Rachel like a lot, a lot. It seems like, I don't know. I almost feel like this is maybe more geared towards the difficulties Leia had, you know? Maybe that's more of him being more concerned for Leia, because she did sort of complain about she felt like she was hated by Jacob, you know? So that could be more the case. That like um hmm. Hmm. At least it ended on good terms. Hmm. 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 So it seems like this is Laban's sort of like, the daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, the flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do this day for these my daughters, or for their children whom they have borne? Yeah, I think that does seem like he's like kind of relinquishing. Yeah. All right. It is also tough. Maybe he just wanted them to be around, He liked their company, despite how Jacob was cons consistently getting the better of him with all these wages and what have you, you know. Because this shows kind of a certain amount of attachment. They are my daughters, like, and you're taking them from me, you know. These are my grandchildren. They're still they're my children too, that you are taking away, you know. Laban's a family man. What can you say? He doesn't want to, he wants the best for his children. Maybe, with a lot of, you know, parents, especially in this day and age, there's no Skype. You leave, if it's a 7-day journey just to see what's going on, you don't know what's happening with people. There's no way to know. And maybe that brought, maybe Laban suffered from a certain amount of anxiety, and maybe that's why he kept changing his wages, thinking like, well, if I keep changing the wages, maybe he'll stay here, you know? It's like I make you a new wage. Okay, you won that one. All right, a new wage. Ah, you won that one too. A new wage, and he's probably also trying to get some of his livestock back. But maybe that there's also like he didn't just want to send him away, so he kept making a new wage as a way to stall him from leaving. And maybe that's why Jacob had to sort of like lie to him to get out of there, was because Laban maybe was getting kind of anxious about the idea of him leaving. Um, Maybe that's why Jacob thought he didn't regard him with favor. He saw that, I mean, he thought that, but maybe that just wasn't the case necessarily. Um, yeah, and he feels like he's trying to cheat. And he devoured money. Hmm. All right, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. That was an interesting chapter for sure. Um, hmm. All right, y'all. Good old time, good stream. Got through a lot there. Got all the way to chapter 20 to 31. And whoop, whoop, whoop.